Good afternoon, everyone. How was your lunch? One thumb up, two thumbs up. Nah, that's why I felt too. I'm not a fan of pizza, but hey, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? So we're gonna give you a 5-minute. This is a 5-minute warning, so please take your seats, finish off your plates, get your tea and coffee ready for the afternoon. It's going to be a great afternoon. We have some amazing speakers that will be joining us and some very important people making remarks. So 5 minutes, folks.
doesn't have the range.
Alrighty, we're going to get back with our program. And for those of you who are in town needing to fill up your gas tank, make sure you stop by the Gambler First Nation and Wayways to Capital gas stations on your way out. Not only is it important, but it's also mandatory that we support one another's businesses. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to my sister Sherry Rott. She represents the Manitoba Advocate for Children and Youth, and lately I've been thinking of her a lot because of the recent headlines. So I wanted to give my sister Sherry a big round of applause. Sherry, can you stand up, please? She's doing great work. She's literally a one-woman team. She'll be good, Sherry. I love you. Keep up the good work. Take care of our kids. And you know, Sherry's shared some alarming numbers with me. She told me that there are 300,000 children still in CFS care, and that number needs to go down. Alrighty, well, let's begin with our afternoon. First up, we'd like to hear some remarks from our National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. If she can make her way up here and share some good words and remarks for the good people. Jimmy Witch.
I was reminded the other day of, looking back at some of our history and just thinking of that, about our ancestors, how they wanted to do better for us, and they thought of us when they were there negotiating in spirit and intent. So I want to say big wedge to the knowledge keepers, Mary and Robert Koyashi, for the opening prayer. I also want to thank Treaty 2 for the tobacco this morning, thank you. And I also want to acknowledge the drum. And all the VIPs, the dignitaries, the chiefs that are here, the council, all throughout the week. I want to acknowledge that we are gathered here on beautiful Treaty 2 territory, the traditional shared lands of the Dakota, the Cree, Assiniboine, Dene peoples, the people that in this region. So I want to also thank Chief Cornell McLean. It's nice to see you, and for inviting me to be here today. And I want to thank the organizers. This is a lot of work to pull this together. I think you've done a fantastic job. Please give me a round of applause, please. I'm so grateful for the leadership and the advice of so many people in this room. Chief Norman Bone, you're always chief in my heart, and I thank you for raising me up since I was a little girl watching you and my dad. And where's Ted Q? And Regina, and just so many wonderful people. Hi, Pam. I haven't seen you in ages, but I please be up there. Former national chief, nice to see you. And I'm particularly honored to be here today with so many distinguished speakers, senators, moderators. Your strength and your resilience inspire us all to continue standing strong for our treaties and for our rights. When I asked, I speak of strength and resilience, let me take a moment to send prayers for all those that have been affected by the ongoing wildfires and other extreme weather events this summer and last summer. We send our prayers to all those who can't be here because of these situations. And today, we are, unfortunately, we had to release this report with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and Canada's housing advocate, we have just released a report this morning, a comprehensive report on the impacts of the 2025 wildfires across Canada, but particularly here in Manitoba. So we will make sure that it's broadly circulated to each of you. We thank the federal housing advocate for this important work and very timely work, because 2025 was a devastating wildfire season for First Nations across the country. And many of you know that more than anyone. Unfortunately, this year, 2026, is showing these disasters are no longer isolated events. Maintaining the right to housing in this changing climate requires that Canada finally address the systemic First Nations infrastructure gaps that have existed in our society since the creation of this country. So we are calling on the federal and provincial governments to review the 10 recommendations in this report and consider them as they prepare this fall budget. This should also include measures to make sure evacuees are properly cared for and that First Nations are compensated with additional lands that have been lost due to climate change. It's been a very busy summer, and I'd be remiss for the ministers. It's nice to see you, Minister Golnasty. Good afternoon. It's been a very busy summer, and we've been going non-stop, of course, since our assembly in Ottawa. And I want to just say, it was so nice to have, we had over 400 chiefs attend this, Chiefs Council, and, thousands, I think over 3,000 attendees at AFN, this past July, and it was a unifying assembly. First Nations were unified, they were strong, they were united on the issues, and I just want to lift all of you up for that, for working together and being united and strong. So humbling to see that. It's been a very busy summer, of course. Communities across the country celebrating treaties and the generous spirit of our people. This morning we drove into Saskatchewan. Yesterday we were honored at the Treaty 6 gathering, marking the 150th anniversary of signing Treaty 6. It was a day of celebration and reflection, and it was an honor to bring greetings. On behalf of the 684 First Nations host. And so I say it's an honor here today with all of you. It's an appropriate time to gather here united, especially at a time when this country is facing new threats. So let me begin by saying that we stand with all Canadians and with the Prime Minister Carney, who spoke to this weekend, against the U.S. President's illegal tariffs and threats against our country. First Nations, we've always been there for Canada in difficult times, war of 1812, for instance. And a lot of people, and I always tell Canadians this, World War I and World War II had the most First Nations. Our boys were at the front lines of both of those wars more than any other group of people in this country. And they fought for this country. So I lift up our veterans and think of them often and honor them every chance we can. Of course, during the Korean and Afghanistan wars, our men were on the front lines once again, and women. During the two Quebec referendums, the Crees in Quebec stood up hard to keep this country united and the global pandemic. And I'd be remiss, the Alberta Chiefs, I lift you all up for continuing again to keep this country united, to fight for us and to fight against threats from the global society of wanting these lands, wanting these resources and these waters. So we know it's another one of those times. First Nations are foundational partners in this country. Our ancestors welcomed many people to the shores. We have always supported prosperity and economic growth that respects rights and protects our environment. Canadians can always depend on us for that. During my term and with the support of the AFN executive, we have accelerated our communication with the National Congress of American Indians. After a year of discussions, we have renewed our cross-border kinship agreement in March. With the current trade crisis, we will accelerate this work and invite Congress representatives to participate in AFN's December Assembly in Ottawa. We look forward to a strategic discussion welcoming our brothers and sisters from South Medicine Line to visit each of us, because our history goes beyond colonial borders. The theme of this gathering, honoring our past, strengthening our sovereignty, speaks to this reality. Because today is not simply about remembering history. As I said yesterday, understood their responsibilities, not just to the Crown, but to their own nations, their lands, their waters, and to future generations. The truth is that we never surrendered our sovereignty or our right to self-determination. And so today is an opportunity to remind Canada that there is no expiration on the treaties. They continue today. And I know that Canada's here, and you know, it's a good opportunity to say clearly that unfinished treaty business remains. And with that, there are outstanding treaty obligations, outstanding land issues, and those must be honored and settled before, and I'm saying this very openly in front of everybody because it's like Canada's trying to throw these other groups of people in and make treaties with them. But you have treaties that you haven't, you know, before any other, you haven't completed that work with us. And we ask you in a good way as our, you know, with that relationship to make sure that we get back to the table in a good way and start working on resetting this relationship before trying to complete that with any others. So I say that as a tribute to women. So that is why we'll always work to ensure our understanding and obligation under the treaties are clear with our treaty partner. In June, we had traveled with a group of First Nations leaders, knowledge keepers, to meet with His Majesty King Charles III at Buckingham Palace. We commuted to the King that the Crown First Nations treaty relationship is an international relationship, and that no third party can interfere or change the sacred treaty relationship or change how First Nations choose to relate to Canada or to the Crown. So we want to add that the King and I are in private discussions in creating a new treaty medal. You know, him and I have been working on that, and you know, with his face, of course, being to be issued. You know, we have to talk about that a little bit more, but you know, his grandmother had a treaty medal, and his mother had one. And I know that him and I are in preliminary discussions on that. Last week, I also met with the Governor General of Canada, Her Excellency Louise Harbour, in Ottawa. We met again yesterday at the C6 gathering, and I've been having those discussions as well. So it was good to see her there, and it was important for the Crown to be represented at these gatherings. As we did with King Charles III, we urged the Governor General to visit our treaty territories and to meet with First Nations directly. As the King said in Parliament last year, the future of the Crown's relationship with First Nations should be defined not only by promises but by commitment. And as he said when this Parliament session, by the way, we are very proud of our First Nations members of Parliament that are from all parties. Of course, we have a First Nations woman who's for the first time Indigenous affairs, Indian affairs, because I think Indigenous. So it's reminding me of Indian affairs. So proud of you for that, and Rebecca and all of you, Billy Warren, that's the shadow, and to see First Nations in Parliament is a big thing. So I love all of you for that, for your work. However, the King reminded us that Canada needs to work on deeds more than words. And thankful to the King for that, for him coming to Canada and having that strong statement. And by honoring the spirit and intent of treaty and doing everything that we do, we'll get there. Over the immediate months ahead, just to close off, we look forward to working with the Prime Minister and his cabinet to keep building this new Canada and protect the honor of the Crown. Through September's Global Investment Summit, the return of Parliament, the 2026 federal budget, and October's historic, and I'll explain that to the crowd again. There's these things called First Ministers meetings, and it's always been between the provinces and feds, right back to 1907. And they've always met, they've always come together, they talk about health, and they talk about budgets, or taxes, or whatever, roads, or education. And First Nations, we are never at those tables. We are always left out. And last summer, I sat with all of your citizens and my staff, like, I have to go meet them again for an hour, like a little kid. And go in and talk to these premiers and talk about that. And then I get kicked out of the room. And they've done that to National Chiefs before. They've done this to National Chief, they've done that to Perry, they've done that to Phil. And never let First Nations learn how to have these First Minister meetings. And I said to them last summer, but Alberta started it. Like, she started it at me. And so we went at it. And I said, I'm sick of you disrespecting First Nations. We're here, we're foundational to the creation of this country. We founded this with everybody else. part of these first ministers' meetings. And, you know, we got a little, heated debate there, and one of the other premiers kind of hit the table and says, this is a decision-making table, quit calling it a kick table. I said, but that's how you're making me feel? You did that as national chiefs for me. Make us feel like little kids, as if we're not part of this country. This is our country, this is our land. And I really lift up Premier Holt. She's a nice woman. You ever seen her give Premier Holt all the love that he can from New Brunswick, but she stepped in and said, I'll support your first ministry, first Nations to be a part of that. Great. And it went all the way around, and all the premiers finally agreed. Finally. And the biggest piece of that, of course, was the Prime Minister, because he's the one that has to chair of first ministers meetings. When he calls them provinces, he has to chair them. And I'm not going to take anything back from the feds on this last day. They said, we'll get a moderator. No, you're going to have a Prime Minister, just like he does it at every other FMN meeting. He's going to do that at the first ever First Nations specific historic meeting of First Nations, First Ministers, Premiers, Prime Minister, and our people at the table for the first time in this country's history. And no offense to Inuit or the Métis, but they're not invited. It's us. So like our ancestors, we'll approach this historic gathering ceremony. And I have our elders in the room here that will be meeting next week in Calgary to bring elders and folks together to say, how do we start this off ceremony? First and foremost, that's so important. And then of course, there's the other pieces of 1,000 items that we need to get through. We're not going to get through everything on that day one. But just getting that meeting, push the door, and you have to continue pushing. Why lift up all of our pastors, Norman Bow, others that push through Parliament to make sure that we have these spaces now. We never had them, and it'll be a little easier to creep open, right? So we are like our ancestors will approach this, for a hope and a rendition of sovereignty and self-determination that we have to do for our kids, for the next generation. We have to get better results for them. So we all have a role to play in this. We look forward to learning and listening to each of you this week. While our rights are under threat in many ways, First Nations in this country are stronger than ever. When we look around this gathering, it's just so much hope of us unified working together. So I'll leave that there. Thank you so very much for having us at First Nations here. I know that these conversations are not always easy. I'm also going to say for the record, the Assembly of First Nations is not a right group, but we are a political organization that brings First Nations people together to serve all of you, and that should always be our role. So thank you so very much.
Let's give her another round of applause for executive assistant. She's actually married to my cousin Nosy. Everyone has a cousin named Nosy, right? That's my cousin's wife, my cousin Nosy's wife. Anyway, we now like to bring up worship Mayor Jeff Fawcett. Mayor Fawcett, if you can make your way, please take your time. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Well, thank you, Chief. She can tell you a story later about the share child. But, welcome to everybody here to Treaty 2 territory and Benjamin Lane. That's stuff. So you're the host. Happens to be in the city of Brandon, where we really welcome everybody. So good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to Brandon for the Treaty 1 gathering. On behalf of Brandon City Council and the people of our community, thank you for being here. We're incredibly proud and honored to host leaders, elders, knowledge keepers, community representatives, and guests from across Treaties 1 through 11. Having so many much-studied leaders gathered together in one place is truly special. And we're grateful that Brandon can serve as host of community in these discussions, and connections. As a mayor, I have the privilege of meeting with many indigenous leaders throughout the year. And one thing that always stands out to me is the strength of the relationship. Whether we're discussing opportunities, challenges, economic development, community well-being, or simply sharing stories and perspectives. Those conversations are meaningful and help build a stronger future for all of us. I've learned that some of the most important work we do begins by listening. Indigenous teachings emphasize respect, honesty, humility, kindness, and our responsibility to one another. Those values are as important today as they have ever been. They remind us that the process happens where we're working together, learn from one another, and approach each conversation with an open mind. I want to personally acknowledge how much I value the relationships I have developed with Indigenous leaders and communities. These relationships have enriched my understanding, strengthened our city, and helped create opportunities for collaboration and benefit everyone. I'm grateful for the friendships and partnerships that continue to grow, and I look forward to building on them in the years ahead. Brandon has long been a gathering place. And today, our city is home to people from many different backgrounds, cultures, and nations. We're stronger because of the diversity. We're committed to fostering respectful relationships and creating a community where people feel welcome, valued, and connected. Gatherings like this are important because they bring people together. They create space for dialogue, for learning, for sharing knowledge that can guide decisions for future generations. They remind us that leadership is not just representing our communities, but about supporting one another and finding common ground as we move forward together. And while you're here, we hope you have an opportunity to enjoy everything Brandon has to offer, with local friends, make new connections, experience hospitality that our community is known for, and thank you for the leadership you provide every day. Thank you for what you do on behalf of our nations and communities, and thank you for allowing Brandon the opportunity to host this gathering. We are honored to welcome you here. We wish you productive discussions, meaningful conversations, safe travels, and successful gatherings. And that's exactly what I want to make sure I read. I also speak off this too. I wish we were here a year later from now. Amherst Police Station is building what's going to be one of the most recognized hotels in the country in Brandon. So get some feedback on the three massive TVs that we have in front of it. The culture that is going to be bringing here. That's one of our big partners in the community. And I'm also going to ask, while you're talking in here, one of the things we're looking to do in all of the management, particularly around here, is First Nation tourism. We need leadership from our First Nations. There's an opportunity going around here. I don't know how to do it, but I sure would like to help people that do. It is who we are. This is where we are. People travel around the world, they travel through Canada. They're coming to the prairies. They're coming to treaty communities. They're coming to First Nation communities. And we should be proudly showing that who we are. We give gifts all the time from our First Nation communities. But yet, if you walk around, you don't see a whole lot of it present everywhere. So, if there's good ideas, if there's other areas that are doing things well, have those discussions going back here. We really want to see that. We want to see the economic opportunities that come from that for people. But we also want to show this is where we are. People come to Manitoba, and they're traveling all around the world. This is what they expect to see, they expect to know. This is what's different from everywhere else. This was First Nation land, Treaty land eventually. Let's tell our story, and I guess like any other Canadian, let's make some money on it too. But let's tell that story. So if anybody wants ideas, here's the door. Okay? Thank you very much. We really want you to enjoy everything. Thank you to all the leadership here, the ministry, the chiefs, and
Let's give him a big wonderful round of applause. His worship. Jack. He's really like us, love good ally system over here. And now I'd like to bring up the Honorable Mandy Donasti, Minister of Indigenous Services Canada. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. And her assistant, her fellow MP, right? Jeanette and I go back a long way. She used to do the Festival du Jour in Winnipeg for many years. Her late husband. So I just want to give her that little bit of a shout out. Here, Minister Mandy.
Good afternoon. Happy to meet you in English today and just honor you. Thank you for inviting me. It's my first time in Treaty Territory and also acknowledging my Parliamentary Secretary, member of Parliament Jeanette. She is also my Parliamentary Secretary and we work very closely together. I really appreciate all the work that she's done at Indigenous Services Canada. And if you are English and you have the opportunity to work with Jeanette, please know that we really appreciate the collaboration and the relationship that you have expressed to us in our roles. For both of you MPs, I'm a new minister and she's my Parliamentary Secretary, and I'm really happy to be working with her. I will echo as well all of the acknowledgements that were shared by National Chief. National Chief are actually racing each other here yesterday. I took a plane, she drove. I think she had a better route because I didn't sleep a lot. I went very late. But still really happy to see her. We had a great audition yesterday where we were in Treaty 6. Had the opportunity to be in a pipe ceremony where I think I inhaled like 40 second-hand cigarettes by everybody in ceremony and then saw them rewrapping treaty bundle. That was a really special moment for me to see what it is they were doing in ceremony and also being from a nation, seeing some areas and also seeing the differences and having the opportunity to really understand your maybe being spoken from person to person was something that was very special to me. I know that you'll be having our guests here this week. I want to acknowledge Chief Wilson. We'll be also seeing each other later on this week. All of our chiefs in their territory, and Chief Thane, to National Administration, and also to the Mayor. I want to echo some of the things that were shared by the Mayor in speech. There's also a concept that I really carry as a principle, which is shishing home. To ensure that you are sharing security in that space, bringing a level of comfort when you're trying to work with individuals, especially when sometimes some of the conversations that we have can be very challenging. Fly here, I was trying to fly in my mouth. It's a pleasure to be here at this event and acknowledge the work that's being done in the treaty. I know that this is a long history. I know that there are periods of time when conversation around treaty has been very challenging and it has been misunderstood between parties. And I can say that there's been often periods of time where the treaty relationship was maybe non-existent or not moving forward. It was one of the reasons why I felt this was important when the Prime Minister asked me to be a part of his cabinet, he offered me to engage in Indigenous Services Canada. I said yes. I said yes because I really believe that if we are going to make change and see the government shift into a lens that we expect in terms of service relationship with one government, it also has to be driven from within the federal government. I was once on my as well, so I felt that I had some knowledge of how I wanted to see things improve, the political side, the ministerial side. But I also want to acknowledge that while we are doing political work, my Parliamentary Secretary and I, there's also that work on the administrative side. And I appreciation is closest to me. But part of what I want to do with Indigenous Services Canada is also to ensure that when you're working with third party, when you're working with the administrative side of this ministry, that they're sensitive to what it is you're trying to do for your members. Because sometimes the reality of somebody in our bureaucratic space is not always understood when you go as a leader and you're here taking care of your members. And those are people that are close to you. That's your kids, that's your family, it's people that you care for. You're just trying to improve quality of life. And I'm really pleased when I see directors and staff that are involved in such a close personal way with the people that they're working on. So I wanted to acknowledge that way. Thank you for all your service. You know, this opportunity is really to look at the history too. We know that a lot came in this space, the sharing of our traditions and the experience of what a true relationship is. I was really pleased to also see the national chief stepping into that space and having that conversation on monarchy. And really, seeing the king stepping into this role and him acknowledging as part of his visit to Ottawa last year, the importance of that relationship, and I think even the redefinition of that relationship. So I want to, acknowledge you, National Chief, and hold you up, because this is a tough conversation to be had. And I hope that, those of you that are here today really support the initiative that she's trying to take, because this is for the first time I see this path being pursued. And, it takes ladies to step in there and make some serious change from time to time. So thank you for that. We're here to honor and advance the work that we're doing. And, like I said in the beginning, I acknowledge that at times this can be a really tough place to work together, but it is also part of our shared history. It's something that we have to acknowledge. It's a relationship that we have to look at. We do these things through not only having dialogue or learning through ceremony, attending events and gatherings that, share space for conversations and determine what the priorities are of your nation and how you want to push those things forward. But it's also about looking forward and defining the future of those nations. How it is you wish to engage on ensuring the further enhancement, the development, the implementation of your own laws of self-determination, growing and reinforcing your language, a critical part of your identity, caring for land, caring for water, caring for the opportunities that you create and offer to your youth, and also looking to define and build your economies. There's a lot of conversation around that space in the past 2 days. Greater control over decisions and how they affect your members is one of the key tools that needs to be achieved, needs to be implemented, and needs to be well understood in a treaty relationship. While we gather here today to acknowledge Treaty 1 through 11, we know that this represents hundreds of First Nations and an enormous part of this country. There's traditional territories that are coming together and create that opportunity for conversations to move forward. Acknowledging that we do that work at the individual level, at the community level, as a nation, and also coming together under treaty. There are common challenges that I have seen across the country, but I've also seen common solutions that are driven by communities working together, by ensuring that they're building momentum and that they're clear about the priorities that they want and how they want to work with their territory. We've seen in the past 2 days a lot of conversation that has come out around tariffs, and I think that while this is a conversation at that level between our Prime Minister and the administration in the South, there's also a component of this that touches First Nations and community. The cost of living, all of the amenities, all of the things that need to be gathered to build community, to build capital projects. These are areas that we really want to make sure that we understand the impact, we understand the needs that are had, and how we can plan, and how we can strategize to work communally and united in addressing these things that we see. I'm very encouraged to also hear about the report on wildfires and the recommendations that are put forward. I did have the opportunity last year to meet many First Nations leaders in Manitoba because of the situation that occurred with wildfires. We've now gone through a full season cycle. We know that the first impact of wildfires is when the fires themselves occur, but also we see the impact through every season that passes in terms of what has occurred in the land, the impact on wildlife and habitat. In addition, every other component that touches environment that is in place. So I'm encouraged to do that work. In government, we know that our responsibility is to not only be at the table, but to be sure that we understand what treaty nations are telling us, individually and collectively. We need to ensure that those obligations are not only understood, but prepared for. As the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, and also as an EU squirrel from my own nation, I think that one of the things that is most challenging in this space is having the lived, shared history of being First Nations, but also working to support you within a government system. Treaties are living agreements. They must be shaped, and they must continue with every new person who steps into that mandate. I'm very privileged to be supporting on the side of knowing that government is here to respond, but also knowing that I'm here to work with you and advocate with you to ensure that those who are sitting around the table understand the meaning of the work that's being done. I have the opportunity to do that work here in Manitoba. You know, I had the opportunity to do some visits and to be in communities across Alberta and Saskatchewan, and I'm really pleased to, hear and understand that many of the individuals that are coming forward with their ideas are really focused on the future of where they want to take their nations. This was my greatest takeaway in some of the treaty events that I attended. Thank you for welcoming me here. Thank you for being open to receiving me. I want to be sure that, as we move forward, it is understood that there are, incredible visions that have been shared with First Nations across the country. There have been priorities that have been brought to my office. There have been conversations with different governments, with different leadership, and there are many common issues that I've seen across the country. Everything from housing to clean water to healthcare, to child and family services, infrastructure, and the desire to have economic opportunities. What I've heard from First Nations communities is that they wish to also build those further relationships with other levels of government, ensuring that they have those strong partnerships like with mayors of city centers, ensuring that the provincial government is at the table. I'm encouraged about the First Minister's meeting that's going to occur. I know that there's going to be really important conversations in that space. We're looking to be prepared. We're looking to understand that every region has had the opportunity to bring forth the ideas that they want to have conversations about. I have my own that I feel are really important, ensuring that we can enhance the delivery of healthcare for First Nations people, Métis and Inuit people across the country. We know that this is an area where there is a gap in how service is delivered. Responding to education, one of the areas that we must invest, it is critical to ensure that we are preparing our children, and also ensuring that we have everything that's available to us for those infrastructure projects, because I've heard from community that ensuring that youth have a place to go to be safe, and that individuals who are facing issues with addictions and mental health are really provided the services that they need, not just in a medicalized state, but ensuring that land and culture is part of the healing process. First Nations are bringing forward solutions that may seem different to government, but make a lot of sense to me. I ask also in my presentation today that you support that and support in this budget process by indicating your priorities and what it is that you intend to do. I've presented my 3 areas that I am really advocating to be sure are appropriately and adequately reflected as part of the budget process. Education, health, and infrastructure are key areas because we know we need to build the services in community. We also need to empower community to deliver those services, and we need to also prepare community so that those services continue to be offered at that level. While we make these changes and look to build capacity and enhance economies, we know that there are other conversations occurring within government. When we see the space that's going to be held with First Ministers, with the Prime Minister, there's going to be a greater dialogue about things that are occurring in the country, things that will also impact traditional territories. But one of the things that I'm looking for that table to indicate is the strength in relationships, the strength and understanding that we must come together and work together. That while we have a shared history through treaty, we also know that we have to clarify how we move forward, being united to protect one another. We must ensure that our focus is met at the federal government level, but we must also ensure that the tools and resources that we prepare are the ones that you need to complete the tasks that you wish to do for your membership. We are at a pivotal moment. We are looking to modernize. We are looking to ensure that ISK is better positioned to respond to the things that you wish to bring forward to your members. And I think that a united strategy in the work that we undertake must be aligned with the visions that you bring forward. Thank you for hosting this event today. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the time and the space that you've offered. I look forward to speaking with many of the leadership. I will be here for a period of time. But I also want to, in closing, thank you for the support that you've expressed to many MPs that are representing the Indigenous voice in Parliament. I will be leaving a little bit early today because I want to go support my colleague, Minister Chartrand, who has really been a voice for the First Nations communities here in Manitoba, has offered me a lot of knowledge, has really shared with me in the space that she's doing work. And I want to be there to support her, and I hope that everybody here is going to take the opportunity to support those individuals that step forward to do the work in this space. While we know that your chief, your grand chief, and your national chief are there to do that political work, we also know that when laws are passed in Parliament, they have an impact on First Nations people. We want to be sure that we hear your voice through the parliamentary system, and that when you express your vote, you are sending those strong voices to Ottawa to do that work for you. It's an honor and privilege for me to be able to support your very own representative in your own minister who's working for the province at that level.
Wow. Let's give her another big round of applause, everybody. Wow. So many powerful things she says. So before we bring our sister Pam Palmeter up, I'll give you guys a 5-minute break to go outside and get some fresh air, whatever you guys do out there, amongst one another. And we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. We'll be coming back to Dr. Pam Palmeter's presentation. Jimmy Witch. Alrighty, break time is over, ladies and gentlemen. Break time is over. Ovid, get up here, please. Ovid. Come on, I'll just leave him. He's gonna be like that. Just kidding. Just kidding. So while you guys are making your way in, you're just putting out your cigarettes, maybe someone bought you a cup of coffee from Tim Hortons or tea. But why don't you just come back in, sit down, let's enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We have two amazing speakers next on the agenda, Dr. Pam Palmetter and Dr. Kim Tallbear. And these amazing women have something to share. They have amazing work that they've been doing individually and together. So I'm going to ask Dr. Pam if she could start first. Let's give her a nice big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Pam Palmetter.
Thank you. It's an honor to be part of the gathering on treaties 1 to 11, and of course hosted by the host with the most, the chief sitting over there at the troublemaker table. And thank you for the warm welcome and for all of the words that have been offered here today, all of the acknowledgements. I'm not part of treaties 1 to 11. My treaties are pre-Confederation treaties from 1725, 1726, 1752, 1760. We have a whole series of treaties. But we share similar concerns about the treaty relationship with the Crown, both the Crown proper, the one overseas, and the federal provincial crowns here today. And one of the most important issues that often gets lost in all of the politics is that of citizenship. Citizenship is incredibly important. Sometimes what we end up doing is arguing over the terminology. We're having this conversation in English. I'm using English terms. They don't mean the same thing in Mi'kmaq nations. Now, if I was back home, the question I'd be asking is, who is Ilnu? Because Ilnu in my language means people of the same tongue. We wouldn't be talking about membership or status or even citizenship. But ultimately, citizenship for all of us is legal, it's political, it's cultural, and it's social. But at its heart, the concept is centered around kinship. Kinship that expands out. And there's a multitude of ways that we can be kin within one nation. It's all of our relatives, and it constantly expands outwards. Think about a tree that expands upwards and outwards with many branches. Those are our relatives. But that tree didn't just start with the branches. It's supported by many strong roots, the roots of our ancestors who are still with us. They are with us here today. The rings you see in the trunk of a tree, they represent the many generations that have gone on. And the little tiny nodes on the smaller branches, those are future leaves. That's future life. And do you notice the thing about the tree which is the most similar to us? All of its generations live simultaneously together at the same time. Its ancestors, its current, and its forthcoming, just like we do. It represents relationship and belonging, because a tree isn't going to survive very well if we divide it into individual parts. If we just pull off all the leaves and a leaf goes around saying, hey, I'm a tree, I'm a tree. No, you're not really a tree. It's everyone together. And these vast root systems, the more I think about the tree and the more that science has caught up with our traditional teachings, is that they actually connect to, physically touch other trees, and they communicate. They can communicate for miles. They know families of trees of the same kind, but they also know forests of trees of different kinds. They're interdependent. They rely on one another. That's why our intertribal treaties and intertribal relationships and intertribal trade is so important. There is no nation on the planet that can exist all by itself. We've known that since time immemorial. So each nation is a part of one territory, one people. And we are connected to other nations through familial, but also political relationships. Relationships that we pre-contact were fostering and negotiating. We had to be allies to protect our territories. I'm part of the Wabanaki Confederacy. It's a whole bunch of nations together to protect our little tiny East Coast. And since time immemorial, all of our nations have had different laws and governing practices that are specific to our cultures and traditions. That's true. But we've also generally shared similar concepts when it comes to what you would call citizenship today. And there's just, I can't think of a better word. But when I did my doctorate in law, I looked at the traditional practices of First Nations in Canada. I didn't have time to do all of our Native American brothers and sisters. To figure out what were nations saying about who was part of them, who was them. So first and foremost, citizenship was always a birthright. We know that. There was no wondering whether or not you were part of the nation. But citizenship or belonging to a nation could also be gained from birth, adoption, marriage. We absorbed people from other nations to maintain those intertribal political relations. We would intermarry expressly for that purpose, like purposes of trade. But some of our nations also absorbed prisoners in battle nobody's allowed to have babies. Imagine if countries in the world, like Canada, said, oh, we're having tough times with these trade talks. No more babies that are born get to be Canadians. Like, that just wouldn't happen. But because of a whole bunch of interrelated and complex political and economic factors, we often think of funding and resources when we think of things like membership or citizenship. And I know Kim is the expert on all of that. I'm definitely not an economist. It was only imported colonial ideologies that served the colonizers' purposes, not ours, that was forced on us in early laws and the Indian Act to become part of who we think we are. And it's not, these concepts are not applied in any other nations. No one ever asked a Canadian, hey, what percentage Canadian are you anyways? There's like no such thing, because who we are isn't just biology. It's also political. It's our nationhood. It's also legal based on our laws. It's also our traditions. But yet we're asked that all the time. That's not to say that different conceptions of blood aren't important, because they are. I am so happy to have given birth to my eldest son or my baby son, and then for my grandkids to be born. But this ridiculous question around how pure we are blood-wise is not a question of relationship, kinship, and belonging in this sense that we are living in here today. It's, think about the whole basis of the Indian Act. We know the Indian Act was created to get rid of the so-called Indian problem, right? Like, we know that. That one of the earliest acts in 1868 that was meant to deal with the management of Indian lands, to deal with the so-called tribes of Indians. Well, it included a definition, the very earliest definition of who would be considered Indian, part of tribes, bands, nations. People of Indian blood who were reputed to belong to the tribe and all of their descendants, all of them. People residing within the tribe who had at least one parent who had Indian blood, reputed to belong to the tribe and all of their descendants. Women who intermarried with those Indians and all of their descendants. Now, at that time, reputed, as they wrote it, meant those people who were recognized by the band or tribe as being part of their kin, as being part of their tribe. So it was looking to the bands to say, well, like, you tell me who is part of your band, and those are the people that will be on that list. That sounds like a very generous definition of Indian. No, that's a lot of people. You don't see anybody being excluded here. But why? Why? Because that very first definition served Canada's purpose. It needed to foster settlement. It needed to build roads and infrastructure. So in that very same act, it was, here's all who the Indians are, effectively everybody, and we have the right to force them into land out of the country, if you want to be in different religious denominations, while you lost your Indian status. So notice how the population gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And the idea was, if you force this onto generations and generations of First Nations, over time, they're going to associate their identity, what it means to be Mi'kmaq, what does it mean to belong to the Mi'kmaq Nation, what does it mean to belong to this local tribe, based on what's in the Indian Act. They hoped that First Nations would eventually do the dirty work of the federal government for them. We will get rid of our own people. You know, because Canada makes sure that we're living on starvation rations, they're stealing all of our resources, they're outlawing our ability to engage in our traditional economies. So we are all but starving, and many of our people did starve. So what are you going to do? People are going to start becoming desperate. According to our traditions, we share what little we have with everyone. So that meant everyone in the tribe or nation was malnourished and suffered generations of ill health. In others, smaller numbers, it was like, well, we only have enough for us, so you guys can't be a part of our group. These were economic issues. These weren't just cultural issues. These were survival issues forced on First Nations. And Canada would never have changed that. It would have gone along its happy way, but for these kick-ass Native women, again, people like former Senator Sandra Lovelace-Nicholas from Tobic First Nation. She took her case all the way to the United Nations and said, look, I married a non-Indian. I lost my status, so did my kids. We're divorced now, and I'm not allowed to live back on the reserve. The UN said that no country can breach the fundamental right that members of a specific cultural group have the right to enjoy that culture with that group. It required Canada to, now Canada could refuse, but it required Canada to amend the Indian Act. So in 1985, they amended the Indian Act to say, okay, women, all right, fine, you and your kids are welcome back. But it's pretty hard to get rid of Indians. Now keep in mind, I am summarizing internal government documents. I'm not just making this up. This is kinship version of these kids are my blood, but the racist connotation of blood purity. You must measure up to some fictional blood purity measurement or you're not really Indian. So not only did it speed up the end of family lines, like boom, that's it, you're done. Like my kids, well, they're men, but they're my kids. They're in their 30s, so I will acknowledge that. That's the end of the family line for me. That's it. My grandbabies are not included. But it doesn't just impact our family lines. Demographic studies that the federal government has done and continues to do show that if we continue with the second generation cutoff, we can pretty much pinpoint when every First Nation in this country will be legally extinct, legally and politically. We'll all still be walking around, it's not like the dinosaurs, but we will be extinct. What an incredibly effective way to just walk away from all your fiduciary obligations, to stop all the funding, all the treaty obligations, clear the lands for the rest of Canadians and take all of our resources. But they did another thing. The other amendment in Bill C-31 was to allow bands for the first time ever to enact their own membership codes if they wanted to. So for 110 years prior, if you were an Indian, it's because you were reputed to belong to the band, and you were automatically a part of that band, First Nation. Now First Nations can enact their own code based on whatever rules they wanted. And the hope was that enough time had gone by that bands, being impoverished and not allowed to engage in their traditional activities without law enforcement, would self-restrict in order to save enough resources for a small group of people. They hoped that bands would create even more exclusionary rules, because the government intention was to tie Indian status to treaty rights and federal legal obligations to Indians. So Indians are attached to, those are the ones who would be treaty beneficiaries, and the only people we have legal responsibility to are Indians. So if Indians don't exist in the law, we get to walk away. Now, Sharon McIver said, you know what, you're still discriminating against Native women and our kids. You made some amendments in 1985, and she sued the government. Easy to prove that if you look down the male line, their kids and grandkids and great-grandkids, all Indians, not so with women. And so she won. They had to amend the Indian Act. It's called Bill C-3. What did they do? They provided a very limited remedy to only have to register or re-register a small group of people that were in Sharon's exact fact case scenario. Exact. Sharon knew that that wasn't following the spirit and intent of the court decision, so she went to the UN. That takes years. But in the meantime, challenges started to speed up in a hurry. Once Sandra won and Sharon won, then First Nations across the country said, hey, wait a second. We're not absorbing Canada's liability. Canada's got to pay. Canada's got to stop with this disappearing Indian formula. So Stefan Deschanel went to court. He won his case. Canada had to amend the Indian Act again in 2017 with Bill S-3. But again, a remedy for a very small number of people. They couldn't pass that bill fast enough because during the time that the Senate and House committees were looking at Bill S-3, Lynn Gale won her case on unstated paternity. Sharon government acts outside of those equality rights, which means you can't discriminate, we are entitled to compensation, not Native women and kids. So do you see a trend here? Canada's losing all of its cases. It has to keep amending the Indian Act. The courts are saying, why don't you just stop discrimination once and for all? But Canada keeps arguing that they have the right, the absolute right to determine who we are as Indians because they have legal obligations to us under the Constitution and under treaties, so they're always going to say who we are and who we aren't. Notice how the Indian Act's not in any of our treaties, but anyway. So it was getting harder and harder for Canada. It refuses to make any more amendments. Jeremy Matson wins his case at the UN, stop the discrimination. The Nicholas litigants win their class action against Canada. And here's the thing, Canada finally gave in a tiny way. It went to court and said, you know what, we admit the inability to pass on your Indian status to your child, or to only give them a half status, that's charter discrimination. It causes significant harm. It makes people feel less Indian, less part of their nations, and it's non-justifiable. So sometimes the government can violate our rights all they want to, as long as they can pass the justification test. Well, it admitted we can't pass the justification test. So we were like, great, this is fantastic, because right now, Bill S2 is being considered, and it violates the charter, clear violations of the charter. Why don't you amend it, Canada, Bill S2, to address the remaining discrimination? No. The ministers involved, the staff involved, all said categorically, and sometimes with anger, absolutely not going to happen. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait for future legislation. Have you guys ever gotten a political promise from anyone about, well, we're going to do that, we're going to get to that, we're moving forward towards that, we're taking steps towards that, and then the government changes? Or they rise and all of the legislation drops, or they change their priorities, or maybe we don't care about Indians right now, we care about Trump. As if you have to make a choice. As if you can't end discrimination and support First Nations to determine their own membership. So right now they're in a process of confusing everyone. ISK is saying, well, you know, shouldn't First Nations determine who they are? Yes, they should and they can. Under the Indian Act right now, First Nations, if they want to, can enact their own membership codes. The majority do not. Why do you think that is? Because they're thinking, wait a second, we would just be absorbing Canada's liability. We would be on the hook for all the compensation because they're refusing to compensate these women and kids. Why on earth would we create membership codes? Canada has to do the business of getting rid of the discrimination first, and at the same time we can decide maybe we don't want to do membership. Maybe we want to negotiate self-government, and then we're talking about citizenship. But that's up to First Nations. What we can't do right now is ask our kids to wait. There's never been a time ever that the federal government has voluntarily made amendments to the Indian Act. We're saying make amendments. They're saying we promise at some point in the future we will. We know they don't. The previous minister said, sue us. That's the quickest way to get amendments. What kind of relationship, what kind of treaty relationship is that? And then you have to think, okay, well, what's going on here? We've heard rumors that they want to stop the funding in the not-so-distant future for treaty nations. What's an easy way to do that without looking like a bad guy? You keep this disappearing Indian formula. No more treaty beneficiaries, no more Indians. I guess we don't have to worry about funding. So every time the government asks you to do something or not do something, wait for us, always think about what their economic and political motive is, because it's very easy to get caught up in, yes, self-determination. Of course we should be self-determining. I mean, ISK was saying, this is the right to be self-determining. How can we make another amendment to the Indian Act? We said, how could you legislate Bill C-5, the One Canadian Economy Act that would devastate our lands, territories, and resources without a single conversation with First Nations? So then it's like, okay, well, you only talk to us when it serves your interests somehow and confuse us. So right now they're engaged in a whole process of, I can't remember what round of consultations this is, maybe 8. They've done consultation processes after every Indian Act amendment, before and after. They've written no end of reports. First Nations have consistently said the same thing. Now there's always a small group who don't agree, they want to do something else, and that's fine, we don't all have to agree. But we're speaking with a pretty powerful 500 First Nations strong consensus on this. What we can't do is tell our kids, wait, let's hope ISK introduces legislation. Let's hope they're in power. Let's hope the legislation addresses the discrimination. Hey, and let's hope it passes. Well, our kids live whole lifetimes while we're waiting. Look at how long it took to get compensation for First Nation kids in foster care. First Nation kids who suffered in Indian residential schools, Indian day schools. We cannot ask our kids to wait. Not 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years for their home First Nation to develop a membership code, if they're going to. Because, you know, there's a whole legal liability issue. And we certainly can't wait 10 years, 15, 20 years to negotiate a self-government Our kids will be born and raised by then. They'll have lived an entire childhood being excluded and told, you are not a part of us, even if they are. It would be great if I could stand up here and say, you know what, all that matters is that I'm Mi'kmaq, I'm from the Mi'kmaq Nation, I'm part of my local Mi'kmaq First Nation, and ignore the Indian Act. But the Indian Act is the ticket to the federal government being able to wipe us out legally and politically, end the treaty, end reserves. So we have to deal with it. So here's what I'm asking people to do, is think about this process as sequential. We're not saying amend the Indian Act or do your own membership codes. You could do both. And we're certainly not saying, oh, it's band membership or self-government citizenship. You can do both. You can enact your own membership codes now if you don't already have them, while negotiating self-government long-term. Government always wants us to choose. You only have one option. We're saying, pass Bill S2 as amended. Provide all the financial and infrastructure supports that we need. Support bands to enact their own membership codes once you've gotten rid of all of the liability so that bands aren't burdened with it. And if you want to engage in longer-term self-government negotiations. In conclusion, waiting is what Canada always asks us to do. Wait until we draft new legislation. Wait, wait, wait. They've said that after every Indian Act amendment. Well, can you make the changes now? No, wait for the next one. Every time we've said as First Nations, end this disappearing Indian formula, they have ignored us and said, okay, but anyway, let's start consultations again over here. Same content, same input, and we keep saying the same things over. So please, please, don't listen to Canada. Please don't listen to the federal government. Respectfully, it doesn't matter if we're like best friends with some of the federal staffers that work there. I used to work at the feds. You know, I'm fully rehabilitated, but I used to work there. I wanted to make a change, but at the end of the day, there's one thing I knew. There is absolutely, if they have to choose between the rights and interests of First Nations or Canada's interests, it will be Canada's interests all the time. They don't have a choice. So don't make our children wait. They only have one childhood. My grandson, Simu River, or my little Spoltages Macy, which means little frog, they still have a chance to be included. They're just babies. They don't know that Canada is saying you don't belong. There's a chance to change that now. And as far as I'm concerned, Canada can never legislate our treaty heirs away, ever, or they'll have a battle. Thank you.
So we'll do a Q&A. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Palmer? We'll, us to you. Get your cameras ready. Thank you.
Okay, skill testing question. There's lots of myths and misinformation going around about this bill. Happy to answer them. Questions? There must be. Oh, I see questions over there.
Raise your hand or stand
Okay, are you ready, dancer? Kita namaskar manat ka dewi jewe ahuti Margaret Sigas and Mr. Stini Amaskiltinia. My name is Margot Auger from the Anishinaabe Nation, Treaty Number 8 Territory. I'll speak with my quiet voice, not my teacher voice. I get the issue. It is personal. Everything from the Gradual Enfranchisement Act, all these acts that they created, including when they amended Bill 1951, when they made the change from September 4th, anybody who was born before September 4th, 1951, having treaty status, and the rest of us who were born having status Indian, and the whole concept of removing us as who we are, First Nations people. And we gotta go back to that, where we started from, who we are. And so I introduced myself as Margot, Nihio School, Mistasnia Skiltinia, so Cree woman from Big Stone Cree Nation. Now, Bill C-31 and all the amendments that they tried to make with the Indian Act, that they did make with the Indian Act, but what they did was they created a mess, and then another mess, and another mess. Whether it was Bill C-31, Bill C-5, Bill S-3, Bill S-2, and then what's transpiring here. And so the authority and the jurisdiction was never ever discussed about who we are as peoples when we entered treaties. When we agreed to share the lands with the Queen and her newcomers and her settlers. That was never a conversation. And we all know what's transpired where we are today. I guess the question, or maybe more of a comment, is at some point here now, in the work that I do, I push nationhood. It is very important that we determine who we are as peoples. Meaning that me, coming from Big Stone Cree Nation, we as Big Stone Cree Nation should determine who our membership is. We do not need Canada to be determining that when what we're doing, because of what they have been doing, which is training our membership groups generation after generation to establish and to continue monitoring their Indian registrar, which as well was created in 1951 for the purpose of calculating us over all these years as they're working to getting rid of us and who we are. So that's why I say it's very important that we determine that. But I guess the question is, Bill S-2, doesn't matter if it's Bill S-2, Bill S-3, Bill C-30, Bill C-31, second generation, Bill 6162, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They call that INAC stupidity. I'm going to say that I just, I'm pretty emotional and passionate when it comes to this because my grandson was born 18 years ago, and he's a little Cree folk. And I had to have good conversations with his mom and my son, me being Cree, his mom being from Siksika, was to determine how they're determining their membership, because if he marries a non-First Nation in his little future, this little guy was just born and I'm already thinking about his little future. And how he could potentially lose who he is as a Big Stone Cree / Blackfoot person. And I get it, your grandchildren lost their status. But at what point are we going to be saying, we don't need Canada to be going there and making determination in their policies, structuring every time they lose in court, creating another law to say, okay, go ahead, good Indians, you can go do this, you can go do that. What we need to say is, hey, First Nations, go home and do your genealogy work. Go home and determine your tribes, your clans, who makes you a Big Stone Cree, who makes you Sutana, who makes you, etc., etc. And say, here's my list. You're going to add these people to the list. I'm done discriminating my own people because you can't understand this and you can't get this right. We need to assert that, is where I'm coming from. And so that's why I guess I just don't understand why are we continuing to play in their system of governance, their system that was imposed on us, that was never supposed to be that way. Why are we continuing to play in that your genealogy? Did you do and determine who your peoples are? And say, okay, now here's my master list. These are who are Bigstone Cree Nation peoples, which is the same for you and your nation. Rather than continue to play in a system that's not ours, that is never going to serve us, it's never going to help us, it's never going to benefit us as long as we continue. And I guess I'm just kind of having a tough time understanding that when I come now from a place of sovereignty and knowing who I am. That's what I'm wondering. I know it's a very, very long-winded question, but when you're talking about 180 some years of grossness imposed on us as who we are as peoples, just because we agreed to share the land, I just don't get it. So if you have any comments on that, please. Thank you.
I agree. I think most of us agree. What's important is who is Mi'kmaq, who is a part of, and however we want to fashion ourselves. For some, it's all the Mi'kmaq nations under one nation, one form of citizenship. For others, it's okay, well, we're going to do band membership differently. First Nations already have the right to make those determinations. They already have the right to do that under the Indian Act. You can use your own laws, your own governing processes, your own rules, your own genealogies, your own systems. The majority of First Nations have chosen not to, and the biggest reason why has been liability. By not assuming Canada's liability. There's lots of different reasons. I agree. I wish we were in a world where I could walk off this stage and say, well, I know I'm Mi'kmaq, I know my grandkids are Mi'kmaq, who cares about the Indian Act? Because right now that's the law. That's why I care about it. And so long as it's the law, I hope it's gone in the very near future for Mi'kmaq people. Not all First Nations feel the same way. I hope it's gone in the very near future, but for every day it exists, they can't be excluding our kids and our grandkids. They simply don't have the right. It's against their own laws, and the Supreme Court of Canada keeps telling them, you can't do this. You can't be cutting off Indians. So it's because of the way in which the law works that we have to dismantle their laws one bit at a time while protecting who we are as sovereign nations.
Yes. Tanse, tam skadna rohio, kanso tamik anioik. Wabaskaut nia, uniga niogati, and seems now Mugaska Big Squeak. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Chiefs on the Bigstone Cree Nation. I'm really glad I was able to come here today. It took me 13 hours and 47 minutes to get here because traffic was busy. Actually, it wasn't bad. But, you know, I'm glad, because you said you're a lawyer. What I would really like is the chiefs of Treaty 1 to 11 and all our people to work together. Because I want to get rid of the racist Indian Act. That thing is a totally useless piece of paper. I wouldn't even use it in an outhouse. And I think we need to finally start moving on this, because what I've always been told is, what do you have to replace it? I could write something on a napkin that would replace that useless piece of paper. And when they mentioned Section 64 to me, that's when I really got offended. That the white paper never really wanted the First Nations to succeed, especially the First Nations. Right now, I have a partnership in Alberta with an oil company. We made $18 million on our partnership. It went to Indian Oil and Gas Canada. Now, I can't blame them over there because they have to register everything. It takes them a week. It goes to Ottawa. In Ottawa, they kept it there. And they're gaining maybe 12 to 18% on my money when I could have been gaining from my people. So I said to them, I said, I want all my money or I will sue you guys. He said, Chief, I can send you a BCR. I said, no, you can't. You don't have a band council. That's a band council resolution. You don't have a BCR. I said, send me my money. So, Chiefs, I want you guys to take that back in leadership, take it to your people. We need to rewrite that Indian Act to be in favor of
One more quick question, and then we have to move forward.
Right here. Right here.
Bush. He's telling me to stand on the chair. Byron Swan from, where are you from? Just kidding. Dog Creek. Okay, no more joking. My name is Rachel Simi Ferreira. I'm from Roseau River First Nation. I'm usually the Chief's proxy for Roseau. And this is just a question, and it's not to do with the bill, the S2 or whatever. My question is, we say we're sovereign, right? Okay, so under the Indian Act, we're the subjects for the king, right? We're the king's subjects, right? I'm just trying to make a point here. Okay, so we're actually prisoners of war because they took us and put us on these concentration camps called Indian reservations. So we're actually prisoners of war on our own land. So what would happen, and this is to all our nations that are here, what would happen if we all removed ourselves from the system? Then we would be sovereign, right? We are sovereign in our heart, but we are the subjects for the king. Prisoners of war. So what would we do if we removed ourselves from that INAC system that they created, chief and council? What would we do? Because we are actually we have our own government system called the clan system in Roseau. So we had our government before they came. They created that. So how would we get our trust fund and all those kind of things if we went and removed ourselves from their system? I just wanted that question. And I have our elders advisory. I just want to acknowledge our elders advisory here with us. And our elder, Ed Hayden, would like to just ask you one more question after you answer mine.
Okay, your question is easy to answer because the First Nation tried to do that. I believe they were in BC many years ago. It tried to say, look, we're sovereign, we're not a part of your Indian Act anymore, we're not going to, there's no chief and council system, we're going to do our own business. The immediate reaction was third-party manager. So a company, I won't even name companies, but will come in, they will manage all of the federal funds that are meant to go to the band members, and it doesn't matter what you say your government is. So that's why I'm saying, I would love to get off the stage and ignore the Indian Act, but there are ramifications for doing so. That being said, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People was very clear. As sovereign nations, we can go ahead with self-government and self-determination however we see fit, regardless of what federal or provincial governments say. But there's ramifications for doing that. There's law enforcement, there's militaries, there's things like that. So that the easiest way, according to the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People, is to negotiate a self-government agreement where you say, okay, we're out of the Indian Act, and some First Nations have done that. We're out of the Indian Act. We decide how we're going to spend our money. This is how many lands we're going to have. We're going to be governing over these lands. We'll share governments over here. That's what self-government agreements are all about. The problem is, none of that is going to happen tomorrow. So what do we do in the meantime when our people are excluded or hurt or they're denying treaty rights? That's all I'm saying. Now, I hate the Indian Act, by the way. I hope that was very clear. It's that we need to deal with all of Canada's laws and tear them down where they don't work for us.
Bonjour. C'est pas marché plus de casse. Amen, d'hôtel. Oh, on est TV, non, j'y pas. I just wanted to make a comment. It's not so much about asking a question, but that in our community we're restoring back we're working towards restoring our clan system. And in the clan system, we've been told by our former elders that we don't need permission or consent from another nation to tell us what to do. And so we're living up to those things and starting to put things together. That's what this forum needs to go back to your elders, talk to them, know how things were done a long time ago. And the way, like, even talking about our membership, how was that done? You know, a long time ago we used to do things where our elders taught orally, but today we need to start putting things on paper. That's how our young children are learning. So you need to sit down and talk to your elders, start writing things down, and start developing your own law, your own legislation. It's not a bylaw under the Indian Act. Let's make that clear. I'm talking about a nationhood law. You know, when we talk about sovereignty, we got to stop. We got to start acting like a nation and talking like it. I know we were advised a while back, you know, that we were told that we need to learn some things. Even though some of us may be getting older, we're still learning. We were told that we need to, the leadership in our communities need to learn how to speak legally as a nation. You know, when we came to talking about this membership, we never agreed, this is a legal term, we never agreed or we gave consent for the government of Canada or anybody to develop and say this is how you want to select your membership. It's not up to them. It's our responsibility in our communities. So we need to take that seriously and start working together. This is a good forum to start that process. We got people here that's smart. We have some lawyers. You know, all the legal terms that you need to move forward, we need to know that. But you gotta do a work plan. And don't let me scare the people away when I say work plan. We always like to hire consultants, but I think we need to start taking responsibility ourselves and sit down and actually work. You know? I guess that's why we came here. We're looking forward to, we want to see some work done. We don't want to, I've been a chief for Moose River a while back, and I got tired of coming to these things because all the history lessons that were being given and all the complaining, so I stopped coming. And but there's still hope in this process, and that our leadership will take seriously what they're being told. You know, get together and start working together. Let's develop something like that. Maybe somebody could put a draft together. You know, it's what we could talk about for ourselves. When we talk membership, that's going to be a very complicated thing for us to talk about. We're even back home, we're starting to find out how complicated that is, because now we're starting to have different people coming into our community. And if we say we're Anishinaabe, we're told by our elders that we have 7 principles that we have to practice in our work. Even in the development of legislation, you need to include the 7 principles in there. Without them, you know, they're just too, an example would be you leave room for racism within your own membership. And that's something we don't want to entertain, those kind of things. If we're serious about being Anishinaabe, well, let's act like it. Do it.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Dr. Pam Homer. Let's give her another big round of applause. She's got to catch a flight, so her arms are going to be sore from flying. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's just a slap joke, right? I'm struggling here, guys. Our next presenter is Dakota woman. Holy man, she's deadly. Her name is Dr. Here's her tobacco. You know that Dr. Pam, she was amazing. I had more questions at the end of her presentation than I had, anything else. So I'd like to thank her personally. And joining us now behind the podium is Dr. Kim Talbert. The clicker.
See if that works. Thank you. So we can get everything adjusted. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Have you all had your afternoon coffee? My head is kind of, that was a lot to take in from Pam Palmer. Did you feel the same way? And I'm an American, so I only get about 50% of your political talk here. I'll situate myself in this talk so you'll know why I'm here and where I'm coming from. I'm Sistimawaptikiwiyati, which is a Dakota nation in the eastern part of the state of South Dakota, but our traditional homelands are in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and that's where I live now. So I'm going to talk, and Pam talked a lot about politics and economy, and I'm going to use that as a frame of reference for the comments that I'll make. And as she said, I think we overlap in some ways, but we're coming out of really different backgrounds. I'm not an attorney. I'm a Native Studies scholar who's worked in tribal environmental policy in the U.S. As well for a couple of decades before I became an academic. That was my second career. Actually, it's my third career. I was a bartender too. Best job I ever had other than being a professor, because when you control the alcohol, you have the power and you get to make all the decisions. So that was downside is you got to spend your time with drunks all the time. So, all right. So 15 years ago, in November 2011, I gave a talk to an assembly of First Nations, National Forum on First Nation Citizenship, 15 years ago. It was hosted by Enoch Cree Nation near Edmonton. I don't know if any of you were there, November of 2011. That talk was entitled The Political Economy of Tribal Citizenship in the U.S., Lessons for Canadian First Nations. I wouldn't say Canadian First Nations anymore. I would say First Nations and lands now called Canada. So that talk was published later that year in a journal called Aboriginal Policy Studies. And this talk represents a rethink and sort of a recut of that material in a now post-Truth and Reconciliation era, so lots changed. In 2015, I moved to Edmonton to take up a position as professor in the Faculty of Native Studies at the University of Alberta, and I spent a decade there until I finally decided I was getting old and I wanted to move home. And so I moved back to Minneapolis last year. At that 2011 Citizenship Forum in Edmonton, I had not yet become a global spokesperson on the problem of what I call self-indigenization. And that's when non-Indigenous people and groups exaggerate or fabricate Indigenous ancestry, especially for social, monetary, public services, and reputational benefit. This is more commonly called pretendianism, what I call self-indigenization, and this phenomenon represents an aggressive challenge, conceptually and legally, to Indigenous protocols of familial belonging and citizenship. In the past 15 years, there's been a sea change in Canada. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established, and there have been thousands of documented testimonies from Indigenous survivors of Canada's residential schools, of their trauma suffered in those places. Children taken from their families and communities, incarcerated in institutions designed to, quote, kill the Indian and save the man. A not insignificant number of those children physically died or disappeared while in the care of those institutions. In earlier eras, when the Indian was being killed and starved out of existence, and survivors forcibly assimilated into the Canadian mainstream, like in these photos, perhaps no one could have imagined the surreal moment that we are in now. We have tens of thousands of Canadians with no documentable First Nations, Métis, or Inuit ancestry,
discernible familial life experience among Indigenous nations who now want to make the Indian live. Where before their governments were concerned with killing the Indian, saving the man, they now want to make the Indian live. But not under the governance authorities that Indigenous peoples work hard to enforce. Rather, self-indigenizers appeal to settler governance that upholds supposedly lofty ideals of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and Canadian multiculturalism. But like the obviously anti-Indigenous rhetorics of old, wide open inclusion, meaning anyone can choose to be Indigenous, undermines First Nations, Métis, and Inuit governance, including protocols for belonging. Rampant self-indigenization is a slap in the face to Indigenous citizenship and life. Entitled self-indigenizers who benefit from centuries of Indian death and dispossession now work to make the Indian live metaphorically in the settler body and the settler body politic by claiming the tiniest bits of ancestry or Native American DNA among their centuries of settler genealogies and privilege. Multiple Indigenous and non-Indigenous scholars have shown that this is yet one more tactic to do what the settler state has long done, assert its rights to resources and wealth, while challenging Indigenous people's own resource rights and governance authorities. So what's that expression? Old wine in new bottles. The TRC moment is full of irony. On the one hand, it highlighted and suggested apologies for the systematic and culturally genocidal work of Canadian assimilationist policy in residential schools. Funding and resources earmarked for Indigenous programming surged during TRC. Often referred to as indigenization, this flood of resources has ended up encouraging many Canadians to go searching for the mythical Indian needle in their settler genealogical haystack. Indigenization has actually bolstered the wealth and positions of self-indigenizers. In 2011, when I first spoke on the topic, this topic of First Nation citizenship to a Canadian audience, I was not yet aware of how pervasive pretendianism is and the great risk that it represents to First Nation citizenship and governance. rights to define and redefine those criteria in new and evolving economic and political conditions. So we are not timeless cultural groups with a static relationship to these lands. We are dynamic. We are alive. We have governing structures, and it is our duty as caretakers of our peoples and our lands to push settler institutions to recognize and respect our stated criteria. Or else, the settlers will displace you and us as the first peoples of these lands, which is precisely what self-indigenization seeks. First, they dispossessed our ancestors of their lands and the governance structures. Then they dispossessed us of our children, our resources, our blood and our DNA for research and commercial enterprise, which they also treat as exploitable natural resources, and now they dispossess us of our very identities. I'm trying to be serious here, and I hear people having fun out there. Okay, we'll talk about some, I can't remember if Pam touched on this or not. So back in 2011, I spent 2 days listening to First Nations voices at the AFN Forum, who spoke to the issue of First Nations citizenship in Canada after the Indian Act. And I alternately nodded my head as issues resonated deeply with my own experience. And I think I'm right. So I nodded my head at that 2011 forum because the issues that people brought up really resonated with my experience in the US, but I also found myself completely confused, which is also my feeling today, both like deep resonance and confusion, because people were talking about 6'1", 6'2", 6'1", and Jody Raybould Wilson, that's her name, right, was talking that day, and I had never met her before, and she said something about being 6'1" or 6'2", I remember, and I thought, she doesn't look that tall. Like, I didn't realize. So, like, you know, that was 15 years ago. So, tribal or Native Nation citizenship, as we call it in the U.S., is equally confusing to the confusion I've experienced here today. We did not have a monolithic piece of legislation, historically, like the Indian Act. We have, in some ways, ideological equivalents to the Indian Act, in which nearly everyone assumes that blood matters very much, but it matters in different ways to different people. Indeed, things are confusing down in the U.S. because we have had 100 years to construct, revise, and revise again in response to ever-shifting political circumstances, our own circuitous citizenship rules about who gets to belong and who does not to the tribal citizenry. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, U.S. tribes and federal agents together constructed what were called base rolls or lists of Indian individuals living on a reservation, and often included their supposed blood quantum. These people eventually became members of those tribal entities. Now, one can imagine the kinds of problems that arose, which have been documented by scholars, historians. Individuals may have been judged on sight and according to phenotype. Maybe one sibling would have been judged to be a half-blood, while their full sibling might have been judged because of the way they looked to be a full-blood, and these terms got marked next to their name on these base roles. So you can see the kinds of problems that develop over the course of generations with that kind of racially tinged documentation that happened in the late 19th and early 20th century. So you have descendants who have different rights to citizenship in tribes that use blood quantum and not simply lineal descent. So you can see while we didn't have an Indian Act, we still ideologically had the same kinds of forces, right, and racial thinking at play in the same era that have shaped the way that we are doing our own citizenship practices today. So also in the last century, tribes, particularly pre-World War II, tribes in the U.S. allowed enrollment according to reservation residence alone. Simple parental enrollment and legal adoption of children in marriage, so anybody who lived on a reservation would have been a tribal citizen. It doesn't work that way today, and I'll talk about why. So there are different experts out there who characterize U.S. federal intervention in tribal enrollment differently. Some characterize think about in this era as well. This kind of incomplete mutual education and a combination of competing interests and ideas as you're developing citizenship criteria. So throughout the 20th century and into the 21st, Native American tribes have shown that they're deeply attached to kinship, much of it biological in determining our own citizenship criteria. Interesting exceptions of non-biologically based kinship, such as the Seminole and Cherokee freedmen cases, do exist, and that's what descendants of freed enslaved people and not necessarily blood relations to the tribe have long been eligible for tribal enrollment due to post-Civil War treaty provisions. But freedmen descendants also continue to struggle against the privileging of blood rules within those tribes and the broader society, with their tribal citizenship repeatedly at risk or revoked. So we're still having these ongoing conversations, right, about how much blood matters. Is naturalization something that we accept as a legitimate way of doing citizenship? And you are also going to be faced with those questions as you think about the development of your own citizenship criteria. So, do you have charts like this in Canada? I know it's hard to see, but do you have these blood quantum charts in your? People are taking a picture. Does it shock you or no? Does it look like racial ideology? Okay, I'm seeing expressionless faces. So often when I give this talk to academic audiences and I show this is from the 1984 Bureau of Indian Affairs manual, people are shocked at the academic world. Because you've got, it's just, people can't do fractions apparently, but it's showing, one parent and the other parent on a different axis, and then they get together what blood quantum their child will be based on what they are. And so this was in fact, I still see it on websites where people are talking about how to do tribal enrollment today. So in the U.S., we're really accustomed, I think, in Indian country, as we call it, to these kinds of visuals and to blood talk. Now, I think, on the one hand, we know that these kinds of frameworks and charts are problematic, but we're also really familiar with them, so we're not surprised. And so even critics of blood quantum in the U.S. who tend to privilege concepts like citizenship, nation, and decolonization do not reject altogether biological bases for kinship reflected in charts like this. They advocate citizenship concepts that extend beyond this, such as reservation residence, cultural requirements, adoption, and other allowances for naturalization, but they also argue for more inclusive blood rules or lineal descent. And my point is that whether you're doing this, which is called blood quantum, or whether you're arguing for the inclusion of all of your descendants, you're still prioritizing blood and biological kinship. I'm not criticizing that, I'm just making an observation of that. So, but I find it interesting that out there when people are talking about these things, that people who are in favor of lineal descent and not something like blood quantum view lineal descent as less biologically essentialist. It may be more inclusive, but I actually think it's more biologically essentialist. Think about that Indian needle in a settler haystack. You have one potentially Indian ancestor in the last 7 generations and the rest are not. That sounds pretty biologically essentialist to me, right? So things to think about as you're thinking about what these rules look like. So this is particularly something in an American. I don't want to conflate Canada with this legacy, to take this for what it's worth. There have been anthropologists in the U.S. who have looked at U.S. American, Euro-American modes of kinship, and they've done exhaustive studies on the fact that lineal descent is something that is very important to U.S. Americans. And because they're so concerned with that family tree and that ancestor so many generations ago, this helps us understand the genetic ancestry testing craze among non-Indigenous people. And so you may have seen this as well in the media here, that you have a lot of particularly non-Indigenous people wanting to take these genetic ancestry tests online and discover that they have maybe 2 or 3 or even 10% Native American ancestry. And it's because they value the power of genetics. They conceive of genes as conveying the truth over political truths, over the way that we might think about citizenship as a social and political thing, and also because they value this idea of a lineal ancestor a long time ago as conveying some sort of identity for them. I want to just give you a quote here by this scholar, Elizabeth Cook Lynn, who passed away a couple of years ago. She was a mentor of mine, somebody I deeply respected, and who also was not always gentle with you. So she's Dakota as well. She's from Crow Creek. And she's was a really vocal advocate for the rights of Native American tribal citizenship and sovereignty in her work. And she saw Indian, being an Indian, and it's a word that she used. She also refused to use the word Indigenous. And I think I heard somebody say something about that as well earlier. So Liz Cook Lynn saw being Indian or a member of a particular tribal nation as being precisely about citizenship, but citizenship based in part on blood. She acknowledged that, quote, relationships based on blood have been a tenet of survival and identity in Native enclaves from the beginning and continue to be, unquote. So blood quantum, that's reflected in this chart, can be seen to stand in for probabilistic social links. So I'm going to tell you why I think people hang on to it. Why I think tribes in the U.S., many of them have really hung on to blood quantum, despite the idea that it's full of this kind of federal government Eurocentric racial ideology. Because I think it is seen to stand in for social links between an individual and a land-based group. So for example, the higher one's blood quantum on paper, and remember, this is paper documentation or digital documentation. Nobody's looking at anybody's blood physiologically in a laboratory to determine blood quantum. This is all paper documentation. This is all referring to named ancestors. So if you look at the back of not my current travel enrollment card, but the older one I had, they would have had 1/32 this, 1/16 that, 1/4 this. Well, each of those fractions was an ancestor. 1/4 was my maternal grandfather. 1/32 was my maternal great-grandfather. 1/16 was my maternal great-grandmother, and it had all of their tribes and their blood quantums. Those were people. This wasn't simply some racial ideology of blood. And so my argument is that while there are problems with blood quantum, it's not only about biological essentialism or an uncritical take-up of Eurocentric ideas of race. That may be what the feds think. But what my tribe thinks when they cite those fractions is they are thinking about who are her ancestors, what are their names, and what tribes are they from. And to them, those numbers have a much different meaning than they have when the feds use them. So I want to leave you with that when you're thinking about your conversations around blood. You may want to think about different kinds of language as well. Why don't we move to talking about naming and counting ancestors and documenting ancestors? Because that, and we do this, I see this as I move around. People say, well, these are my family names, right? This is who I'm related to, these are my cousins. If I give you my family names, you're going to have a much better sense of who I am and where I come from. Well, those family names are attached to those fractions. And so it may be that we need a better way to talk about this. But I would not just dismiss blood quantum as if it's some biologically essentialistic position. That may have been what the white people meant, but it's not what we think it means, right? We can use the same words and mean really different things. What's my time? Should I wrap up? Okay. I'm going to go to, I'm in my wrap-up slide here because I want to leave you with a quote by one of your own. That's an old picture of him, right? So in 2011, let's see where I'm here. So my key message in all of this is that crafting sound Indigenous citizenship policies is not as straightforward as just throwing off the yoke of colonialism. Let's just be decolonized. It's a lot more complicated than that. Political economic pressures, which are always colonial and yet they involve the exercise of Indigenous sovereignty, must condition our citizenship responses. So back in 2011 at that AFN forum in Edmonton, then Grand Chief of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Derek Nepinak, emphasized that control over Indian status in Canada is very much related to resource allocation, and I think Pino was pointing to that as well. There was a lot of talk at that forum about fundamentally changing the way that we think as Indigenous peoples toward a model of citizenship and nation and away from what was roundly described as outmoded concepts of race. That's the conversation I'm hearing today as well. But Grand Chief Nepinak asked us, how do resource rights matter? Who has the power to mediate rights to resources, and what will that mean for ongoing First Nation citizenship processes? He and others advocated First Nation-controlled economic development and moving away as much as possible from federal support for First Nations. But they were also unanimous in the idea that while First Nations must improve their own economic realities, they must also continue to press the Canadian state to remember its treaty and historical obligations to Indigenous peoples. Increased Indigenous economic self-sufficiency does not lessen Canada's obligations. And growing Indigenous self-sufficiency will shape Indigenous citizenship in ways that are not always predictable or necessarily always in perfect accordance with tradition. So as you enter these conversations or continue them, you're not going to find the once and forever culturally and politically perfect answer. This is going to be a conversation that you and your descendants are going to repeatedly have to come back to as you attempt to manage those numbers, both the financial numbers and the numbers of your people, in order to best manage your lands and keep your families and communities together. This is a deeply politically compromised conversation that you're going to have, and I hope that you, I just want people to understand that it's not going to be culturally easy or socially easy, and you're not going to find some kind of pure moral and political ground. So, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Let's give her a big round for her presentation. I also see Chief Jason Daniels here from Swan Lake sitting front and center over here. Let's give him a big round of applause. Woohoo! Swan Lake. Good to see you, Jason. And any more questions for Kim before she leaves the podium? And Loretta, over there, Loretta Ross, I just saw her put a chip in her mouth. Hey, Loretta. Okay, there's a question over here.
Hi, my name is Marie. I'm from Barrensor First Nation, Treaty 5. In your biography, as I was reading about you, you did some DNA analysis, and you talk about this blood quantum, and that it was determined using genealogy. So now, currently, well, what I've read a while ago is that they are starting to use genetic studies to disprove that as First Nations people, we are not original First Nations from Canada, or Turtle Island, I'll say. So can you just comment if you have anything about that, or what is being done using DNA analysis? I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, I wrote a whole book on that, so the comment's not quick. I think what scientists would say is not that we're not the First Nations of this continent, it's that we're immigrants too, because our ancestors also came from out of Africa. And so I wrote a short article in a genetics policy journal where I talked about, I mean, you can know the science or not, regardless of one's understanding of the migrations of human beings around the world within scientific evidence. We are peoples who emerge as peoples, capital P, in these places and in relationship to these places. So, I mean, I've pushed back on those kinds of assertions pretty hard in my own scholarship, both conceptually with those kinds of arguments, but also you could sort of look at the way that European settler immigrant narratives bias the kinds of questions that scientists ask. So they have made assumptions about relatively recent immigration and movements of peoples around the world into the Americas. And evidence keeps showing that, in fact, that history is much longer than they were able to see, precisely because they were asking really biased questions from the beginning. So one of the reasons that I moved into training Indigenous scientists, and I'm the co-founder of an organization called the Summer Internship for Indigenous Peoples and Genomics. We need our own scientists asking our own questions and looking at the data, so we're not responsible for constantly fighting off scientists that are doing research that is often really aimed at justifying settler colonialism and undermining our sovereign authorities. So I'll plug that organization, Sing Canada. Send your young people to apply. Yes, yeah.
Hello, Pache. Archie Wabastis Gas, I can one of them. Medonja. One of Jesse Megotskagi at presentation I did one here. But I have seen what you presented on the blood quantum. And I'm really concerned about that. Because if that becomes law in Canada, or is it law already? You know, if that becomes law in Canada to determine our genetics, okay, for example, and then if the policy says that if you have this grade in your blood, and you know this genealogy in your blood, where you're not meeting the requirement table, the genetics, they're going to say, okay, you're not a citizen of this nation, right? I hope it doesn't become a law. That's my concern. So how can we prevent that?
It sounds like you already have blood quantum in the form of the 6162 business, right? That's kind of a form of blood quantum. And I guess I hear people arguing against that and for developing your own criteria, which could include a much more complicated take on, because remember when I was saying, when my tribe talks about blood quantum, they're not talking about like what the Indian Act talks about. They're talking about ancestors and naming ancestors. And they are considering changing the criteria. So for example, my grandkids don't get cut out like Pam Hollader's grandkids have been cut out. So I also would not conflate blood quantum with genetics. They're not the same thing. When we're talking about blood quantum, we're often talking about people listed on pieces of paper. Genetics is looking at ancestors in general that are not named, that are long ago distant genetic ancestors. We can have a whole conversation about this. I do understand your concern.
All right, thank you very much. I think Regina wants to question something.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I understand, what you're talking about, 6, 1, 2, and everything. And we certainly believe or know that's not how our tribes accepted citizenship to our tribes. We know that. But I do have a question. The Premier of Alberta says she's part Cherokee. And we know the Cherokees are from the United States. And because you don't follow the criteria like the membership sections under the Union Act, do you think the Cherokees can take her back so we can get her out of here?
Well, I won't speak for the Cherokee Nation or the other two Cherokee tribes, but I will say I think APTN did her genealogy and she does not have Cherokee ancestry. I hope they wouldn't take her back if she did, though, but that's up to them.
Well, I sure hope they do. But I'm going to address that tomorrow in my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, one last one. Kim, one last one. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tolbert. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you. I'm watching your work and your voice and what you're confronting on our behalf. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to share a couple of things, and this is just for insight. My husband's like you, he's Native American.
permanent residency. But the permanent residency requirement had me provide documentation to prove I was 100% Indigenous or Native. So my chief, who's now since passed on, provided me a banned letter stating I was 100% full blood. And so not reasserted sovereignty again, unintentionally. It was for the purpose of permanent residency, but that record stands, and the United States government ended up honoring and recognizing it. But the USCIS says this statement, which is kind of interesting. You take it and tell me what we should do with it. This is on their government website. I had to screenshot it because they don't let you print their stuff when you're on the site. It says that an American Indian or Alaska Native is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. I found that provocative, but you tell me what you think.
That is in direct conflict with tribal and citizenship criteria. So that's interesting that there's this conflict between what they're putting on the government website and the way that we actually do tribal citizenship. Yeah, I'll come look at that. And we have problems now on our census because they're having this wide open definition, and suddenly we've had our census numbers of actually tribally affiliated people explode on the census because you've got all these people checking boxes, right? Based on, so thank you for that. Thank you, everybody. Good luck.
I just have one more question. Sorry. This is just a quick question. Real quick. My great-grandmother is from the White Earth Indian Reservation in Minnesota. And we were just wondering as a family, can we have two citizens from Canada, Rosa River First Nation, and White Earth?
I don't know about White Earth, but I've never heard of a tribe in the U.S. that allows dual citizenship. I had to resign my citizenship in China and all our tribes to move into my Dakota reserve, so I will say probably no.
But even if we're in Canada, then
yeah, you could call the enrollment office. That'd be interesting if they allowed it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Anishinaabe, Anishinaabe, Sini, Nagadi, Masi, to attempts to design which is raising them. Hasana, Kimivachi, Kinesibu, Misha, Apchiki, Dada, Anishinaabe, wait, we got to see the man. No, Intashagama, Gani, and the Nukian, Treaty 2 territory. This Dunjaba, Punjabisiwe from Treaty 3 Anishinaabe Nation. You're watching a board, Chandamabwa, Igia, Pokemon Pamish, Pokemon Kamawe with Kewin Machabe, the Bachanoa, Nani, Winwan, and the Montpet, Chichigan. Pushu, good afternoon, good early evening, I guess, everybody. My name is Karen Kijik, and I'm the Intergovernmental Relations Keeper here for Treaty 2, and I'm from Treaty 3. So I've been tasked to introduce one of my leadership from my territory, and I'd like to welcome Chief Obange from the Migizi Sayegat to come up, and also Councillor Tim Kavanaugh to come and join her and support. We passed SAMA this morning in terms of protocol in order to ensure that we're being respectful when you're asking people to come and share with us. And following their presentation, we will then invite former Chief Dean Sayers, who's also the spokesperson for the Robinson Huron Treaty. Let's give Chief Obange a warm welcome, everybody.
Abujo, Chile, Anishinaabe, Medina, Kanama, Mohan, we were getting to be good stars there, quite. Or Sama, we be Shushkama, Mohan, because you were basic, they go, one basic, give me the ghost to Chintan, go on, take a load in. Chennai, the book, in Chicago, the Markway, I think it is designed. Just share no where we now kapag nagayang Sheba, nagtabachmuan, o ay pagkat kiskagazwat, we now kapagat naman, which nito, which comes at, where we need to say, where we need to know the which is where Chichigan to Chicago, Omar, Monsieur, Sagaseti in Katie, the biggest gate. In with their Jumento, to be joining me goes the other K, to Chicago one, to go to one and K. Or get taken, the new Ganagamuat, you go chap, Kevina, Kinodar, Moya, Mishum Sman, Kikutopane, we go Nigani, actually the goose at the Schnabe, to Wixkatu gave to Chicago with. Chicago, Chicago, get up the warriors, we goose at the Schnabe. We get in Asia, talking the dog, and she will sick. We get a go, in Anishinaabe, to where she told me, talk, kick dog, me, talk, where goes many goes in, the Manat is when Anishinaabe goes many goes in. It is going in the name of Magazine, we go to the Narkiks to one match of Gary to Anchina. Just get in away which man, get in away no here, gave in, which up to the snapping or to skip what gave in on, just the water guy. We just Zabanashim, Snappy Gandam gave can we have a gosh be casing? Can in a cake, Kanama was in cake, go give it a batch one, kid last one, or market day, the object on. Kanama, because this the knock, Gavina, Mishum Sananik, Open Sananik, Gavina, Shkutwat, Chikanama, one, Gainin, Chubu, Shop, where Gavina, Skiasak, Chishkawat, Chikskitwat, Gavina, Martin's Jimmy Buziat, Miguchin came, Miguch going back away. And Kagan, Anishinaabe moment. A shadow machine distinable, and we got actually to sing this Neminagan, Shaganash one. So I just wanted to introduce myself, Chief Bernadette Mubangi, and I'm a new chief. I've only been in office my first term for Migiz's IBM. I came in previous year from leadership of Chief Arnold Gardner, who was chief for our community for many years, and was through his passing that we had by election that I came into office. But I've served the community for 31 years in administrative and management in different departments. So I've worked alongside with the leadership for many years, and I just spoke a little bit about acknowledging the importance of remembering our ceremonies when we start stuff, when we do things. I acknowledge the drum and the singers and the guys that gift that they have to be able to render us those songs to get us started in a good way. And also I wanted to acknowledge my ancestors, my elders that teach me that, you know, whenever you're doing something, try to do it from here, from your heart, and try to remember those teachings that you received in regards to being respectful, being kind, and remembering that each one of us has unique gifts. Each one of us comes here for purpose, and hopefully it's going to be that purpose that's going to unite us to come to some kind of decision. We come here with, yes, we know the issues within our communities, and we want to go back with some answers to our communities. And I like the message that I heard. Yes, we have the past, but we need to move forward. And how do we do that with all these challenges that we have with our governments and with the US government now wanting our resources. We always were fighting within our own government here because of our resources, and we were never given much. And I've heard that repeated here, so I hope that through these next few days that we do come up with some strategies, that we do have a voice, and we stand united, Treaty 1 to Treaty 11, and move forward. So I'm going to just give my colleague, my council member, a few minutes as well. Rich.
Bonjour everybody. Mino Gishigan. Mustafa Zawa Kanakane, Indigenous Cause. Because it would tell much came making we mass. Because he's like a man to what she said. I'm just kidding. Just wanted to acknowledge our, the protocols that happened earlier this day. Also want to acknowledge our leadership, our elders, our youth, especially in this room, because they're the future. And I say that with great intentions because I heard a couple questions earlier, right, from the youth, understanding what we face at these tables. So, it's really encouraging for them to hear us, where we come from, and with the challenges that we face every day. And wanted to acknowledge too was, everyone's treaty in here. We all come from different communities and different challenges with resources that we value from, right from when we're born, right until we're an elder, and especially with creation, right? We're, I like to say we're under Creator's law, right? That's where we come from. And don't forget that because that's who we are as a people, and I want to make sure that that's who I stand as today. So miigwech, I could stand up here all day, but meanwhile, I understand a lot of us got to eat supper too, so miigwech, thank you.
Anishinaabe. Speaking of Anishinaabe, Bonjour. So this is former Chief Dean Sayers from Batchewana, and he is the national spokesperson for the Robinson-Huron Treaty. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Miigwech. Thank you for that warm welcome, which started this morning. So my name is Dean Sayers, and I'm from Batchewana First Nation. I'm former chief, and I was there in that role for a long time, almost a couple of decades, close to a couple of decades. And throughout that time, it became clear as to the importance of treaty. And with us, for our people in our neck of the woods, our treaty was always accompanied by ceremony. And it was nice to be here with you with all the reverence, the sacredness, the respect for ceremony. And I acknowledge those who have helped us get through the day with that beautiful beginning this morning, and I acknowledge the leadership that are local here to this area, but all the leadership from all of the treaties 1 to 11. I don't want to be the last thing between, I don't want to hold you up too much between now and dinner, but I do want to share with you a couple of insights that come from the area that I work with, and that is the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850, and I could probably talk a lot longer than I'm going to, but I wanted to share a couple of insights, and I really appreciate our 21 chiefs and having me over time being able to be consistent in some of the messaging that we have as a people as we look towards our future. And I thought I would they talked about how hundreds of years before the coming of the newcomers to our territories, they said we as Anishinaabe, we actually went down to the East Coast and we spent a lot of years there listening to prophecies, and eventually we moved back to where the food grows on the water. But when we were on the East Coast, we went down there and we listened to lots of prophecies, including that there was going to come these big canoes that would be pushed by the clouds, and to be careful of the people on those canoes because they're going to have two faces. And be careful which one you trust, because one will harm you and one will be your friend. And so that was interesting, and it was kind of, I guess, not really understood, because big canoe pushed by the clouds that turned out to be the tall ships that they were talking about. And the two phases was be careful, because the people on those ships, you can trust them, but what they say in front of you will not be the same thing that they're going to do behind your back. They'll do things misaligned with who they portray themselves to be. Those were the kind of things that I recall from some of the stories that came from the East Coast. About 10 years ago, I went to a gathering of the One Dish, One Spoon down in Montreal with the Ombrahoi, the Haudenosaunee, and I'm not an expert on wampums, but it was the One Dish, One Spoon, and it was a wampum belt that we as Anishinaabe participated in with the Haudenosaunee after a time when we weren't getting along with our relatives or friends to the east of us. And it was this particular belt that was discussed how we would live around the Great Lakes and share one dish and eat with one spoon as we lived side by side, sharing and living in harmony. So that was one of the belts that was discussed there while I was down in Montreal. But another belt that was discussed there was the two-row wampum, and I have a replica of that here. And as you can see, it's a beautiful wampum. And what it represents is the river of life. And as we go down this river of life, how we would stay in our canoe and they would stay in their ship, and never would those two paths cross. We have our own way of life, we have our own law, our own language, spirituality, our people, and our own land. And the elders at this gathering that I went to were telling the story of when they first saw that first ship coming into the St. Lawrence out in front of their village, they saw it there, and it was these tall ships. So the elder said, we sent somebody out there, one of our runners, to tell the people to stay on the ship. We need to, as the leadership and as the elders, we need to talk about how we're going to relate to these people that are on that ship. So he asked them to stay on that ship. And the runner came back and the elders convened, and one of the elders said, I'm going to find out where they came from. So I'm going to go into the water and I'm going to swim across the ocean. So he took the form of a turtle and he jumped into the river and he swam across the river. And when he got to the other side of the ocean, the big water, he lifted his head above the water and he looked around and he saw hundreds of these tall ships. He said, oh boy, they're coming. And there's a lot of them coming. So he went back, dove under the water and came back and he told the elders about that. And they said, we need to prepare. There's a lot of them coming. We have to tell them how we're going to share. And that's where that belt came from, according to the elders that day, that I was meeting with them in Montreal. So they commissioned that belt, and what it represents is what I previously stated, but we have in our canoe, we have our own language, our own law, our own people, our own spirituality, and we have our own land. And in their ship, they have their own people, their own law, their own spirituality, their wampums. We have wampums with them. We have treaties with them. We actually have another belt that is actually the friendship belt that needs to be recited between the Haudenosaunee, or the Iroquois, is what they formally call, and ourselves as the Anishinaabe, and how we live in peace and friendship next door to each other. So we've had these wampums part of our life for a very long time. They too are treaties, or Wawenimagi, the promises that we make to each other. The elders also tell us, and I want to share this with you because this is centrifugal to us at the Robinson-Huron Treaty. It's foundational in how we interact with the representatives of the Crown today, and it's really important for us to acknowledge that we're not Canadian. We are not, what do you call that, Crown subjects. We can't be, and our elders tell us, we can't be subjects of the Crown if we have a treaty with them, because you can't have a treaty with yourself. So we have our relationship separate. But what was really important for us when you listen to the elders was this particular story where when they gathered in Baoteng, and when they gathered to make other prominent treaties in our area, and they would make their way by birch bark canoe. I don't know if is there the canoe on the picture up there? Did you get the picture up? I can't see. But there's a picture that he was going to put up there. But here's a canoe.
Cameraman, can you zoom in?
I don't know, yeah. This is a little birch bark canoe that was given to me recently that I use when I go and speak at schools, and I have others that I carry. We actually have a big one the size of that table that we use when we have gatherings. But regardless, see, when our people would leave their villages, the leadership would leave their villages, and they'd make their way to the treaty gathering, in particular in Baoteng where we lived. An elder was telling me when they left their villages, they would leave their village with their land, their language, their law, their people, their spirituality. They would have the moose, the deer, the fish, the air, the trees. Everything that we inherited from the Creator was in our canoe. And it was so full that it barely rode above the water. Everything that the Creator gave us. And we arrived at the treaty-making gathering, and we saw those tall ships there. And we saw those tall ships riding so high in the water that they were almost riding above, almost tipping. They were so light because they didn't have anything in their ships. And we agreed that we would put a couple of things in their ships. We would put some ability to share in the value of the natural resources. We'd share some of our natural resources with them, and we'd share how to live in this land. And that's what the essence of the treaty was. And we said, and then when our people would leave and they make their way back home, they would get back in their canoes and say, guess what they had in their canoes? I said, I don't know, Elder. He said, they still had our land, our language, our people, our law, our way of life, our language and our spirituality was centrifugal to us. We still had that. We also still had the moose, the deer, the forest, the wolves, the fish, the air, everything that we inherited from the Creator. Our canoe was still full. And our canoe is still full today. We did not delegate all of the authorities that Canada has assumed, that the Crown has assumed. They have stolen all of those authorities. Our canoe is still full today as a people. And you'll notice periodically, you'll see the Robinson-Huron Treaty in the media. And what we're doing is we're asking the Crown, do you have a receipt for managing the forest? You don't? Well, it's not your forest, it's still ours, and we're going to manage forests, and we're going to issue our own logging permits under our inherent laws from the Creator. And I was arrested for that, and we went to court. And at the end of the day, at the 11th hour, the Crown dropped the charges against me, and the judge said, Canada, get to the table and negotiate, recognize the unextinguished right to manage the treaty under the forest under the treaty. Similar with fishing, we don't have, and we are negotiating, we're really close to a final agreement
also have similar experience with fishing. We don't take a license from the Crown, we don't take a license from the province or the feds, we manage it on our own. So when King Charles, when he was the Prince Charles, he came here in 2012, and there's a picture that I shared with our friends here in the back of me presenting Prince Charles with a canoe. And that's what I told him. I said, remember, Prince Charles, we have never surrendered. We still have a full canoe. And what you have in your ship is what we give you, not what you take. And he still has that canoe. He took it with him. Is it on the screen? Yeah. So that's what was happening then in 2012. And the elders, it was an elder from Mount Dismay, I don't remember the name, that said, we as a people are sovereign. And when we see the king or the queen wearing their, what is that? There's a certain crown that they wear in Britain. Their imperial crown. If we ever see them wearing their imperial crown on our lands in Canada, that's the day we have to start worrying. That's the day that they don't recognize us as the sovereign. They have never worn their imperial crown in Canada yet. And one of these days I'll talk to the king. He's now king. And I'll say, don't wear your crown here. You're not the sovereign. We are the sovereign. We have to believe. We have to align ourselves and act according to the belief that we are still the sovereign. And that sovereignty cannot come from Canada. It cannot come from the crown. It comes from the Creator. And that's what we believe, and that's what we assert. And we've been charged, we've been arrested, we've blocked bridges, we've blocked railways. We have to do that sometimes in order to turn up the volume to compel the newcomers to our lands to align themselves with the expectations and the wishes that come with being here under our guise, under a delegation of authority from us. Anything that they exercise has to have been through a delegation of authority from us, not the other way around where we look towards a delegation of authority from Canada to us. So that's the path that we're on. It's an honor to be here with you today. And I've watched and really been impressed over the years with the work that we've done, getting together regularly and making statements and taking action. And I think things have evolved. As I look back over the last 4 years, we don't really notice it so much when we're in the middle of it and on the front lines, but if you take a step back and look at 30, 40 years ago where we were, we have made progress. We have come along. A little less than we would have expected, but we are making progress. And being organized, taking action, help us get where we need to be. At the Robinson-Huron Treaty, there's 21 chiefs and councils that are a part of that, and I do my best to reflect them in their declarations and their common documents to make sure that we are able to move collectively amongst our 21, but we welcome the opportunity to be able to work with you in the number of treaties as we move forward across our lands. And we would probably be upwards of 80% of these lands between just the treaties that are in numbers 1 to 11 and the Robinson treaties as well. So we are the power. We have the most powerful relationship with the Crown. And in our particular area, we usually have a lot of power. So in our treaty territory, if the treaty fails, guess who the land reverts back to? It reverts back to us. So we may just call them on that sooner or later. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to at least speak for a little bit to you guys and share with you today. Okay? You bet.
Okay, our first day is almost done. So tomorrow we have a very busy schedule, and it's also set aside for leadership to spend some time talking about the direction we should take as a we'll begin our day with the pipe ceremony, and we'll have a presentation on something called the Proclamation of the Sovereign Nations of Treaties 1 to 11. And this comes from previous work that was done in previous meetings, and that presentation will be made by the Kihevan Cree Nation and Chief Watchmaker, but also there will be a break where we will have some discussions about that issue of the proclamation, but also about treaties in general, by Eric Tusis, Jeannie Crowchild, and of course by Regina Crowchild. We will take lunch, and then we'll have the afternoon for leadership direction, decision discussion for decisions. That'll be from 1 until 4 o'clock. And the goal that we have is always to come up with some action items, but today was more for introduction, and we wanted to give a voice to all our current leadership here in Manitoba, but also we gave an opportunity to the mayor of the city, and the premier also sent a spokesperson that he left, and he left me this orange paper to speak on his behalf. He said he had other duties, so I will do that towards the end. I'll just highlight what he was going to say on behalf of the NDP government. So we want to thank all the presenters that were here today. And there was an interesting discussion about who we are as a people, how we maintain our identity going forward, but also we base it on the basic human rights of our people, such as the right to belong and the human right to be different. So that conversation was interesting. And also what Dean just did here, I'll call him Dean because we know each other for many years of working together, that the Turo Wampum is really a very important direction given by our ancestors on the eastern side of what is now Canada. And it had to do with this idea of non-interference between nations. That the settlers here, we're here, and if we're going to coexist, the ideal relationship is that we travel together, but we don't interfere with each other in terms of how we live together in North America. Of course, that's not what happened. That's why we're having these conversations right now about looking for a way out of the control that the government has had on our people. Now, I'm just going to turn to what Eric Redhead would have said. Eric is a former chief of Shimadawa. He was also acting Grand Chief of ANC for a while, but now he's currently a member of the provincial government. He's the MLA for what they call the Thompson riding. And he had been sent by his government to make some statements this morning, but we didn't have all the time, I guess, and then I did speak to him and say we're going to try to get you there as soon as we can. But he has other obligations too, so we had to leave. But he did ask that I read out the statement. But I only learned to read English 2 days ago. So I'm
wanted me to tell you guys that. There's a pipe ceremony and water ceremony at 7:30 in the morning all week at Mary's Place. Just kidding. Where is it? Okay, right across, right where the fire is. So that's where the pipe ceremony and water ceremony will be tomorrow while 7:30. Just past the church. Ignore the church. Just kidding. Where the teepee is. Okay, well, everyone have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's theme is nationhood.
Okay, Kate, share everybody. I'm just going to put a halt on the lineup. We're still waiting for the spirit dish. Is it ready? They didn't bring the main course yet. And the salads. So we're waiting for the thumbs up for the offering to be completed.